I'm calling this meeting to order of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education for, what is today's date? April 21st, 2022. Do we have any public comment? No public comment, then we will move to close.
Do I need to do a roll call?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Man, I'm out of practice. Superintendent,
Yes.
can you please take roll call?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Before we move to close.
Member Rhodes?
Present.
Member Pritchett?
Here.
Member Garcia?
All right, here.
Member Wu?
All right, we have a quorum and no public comment. We'll move to close. Like that. Like, let's get going. Okay. I'm calling this meeting back to order of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. Item 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance. Superintendent, can you please lead us?
Yes. Thank you. You can please stand, please. It's such a pleasure to see everybody here in person, by the way. Yes, if you can please stand, it's really a pleasure to see everybody in person. Welcome to Cerna Center. Ready? Salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Item 4.2, broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast.
Hold on just one moment. If we can have the gentleman in the back turn up the microphones for board members. Her mic is on, so just 1 second. Yeah. And while we're waiting, I know the superintendent said welcome. I just want to welcome everyone back to the Cerna Center. It's so nice to have people in the seats again. And I know some of our board members, they've never had a live board meeting that was not on Zoom. So welcome to everyone. And if you can just be patient with us tonight, this is our first meeting back. There might be some glitches. We'll try to just work through them. All right. City Member Zhang.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, April 24th at 6 p.m. and Monday, April 25th at noon. It is also webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, student members. And can we have our Chief Communications Officer please raise your hand? Mr. Heap, can you please raise your hand? Thank you, thank you. If you could please give your cards to the gentleman over there. All right. Item 4.3, student stellar student, if I can read that right. Member Villa.
Hello. Do we have our stellar student in the audience today, Dana Castro Martinez? Oh, wonderful. You can come to the podium if you'd like. So tonight's stellar student is Dana Castro Martinez from Mark Twain Elementary School. Dana was nominated by her program manager, Estefany Ramirez, for always helping other students with their work, for always being willing and ready to help out staff, and for being the unofficial greeter of the program with her joy and enthusiasm. She said, Dana is incredibly kind and a helpful student. Thank you so much. I'd like to present you with the certificate.
Dana, would you like to say a few words? I just unmuted her. Oh, gotcha.
I want to say thank you for this reward, and I really appreciate it. And I'm really thankful for my family that's here with me in this special moment, and it's really important for me.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Dana. Keep up the good work. All right, item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Pritchett, and welcome back, members of the public. There are two announcements coming out of closed session this evening. The first, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2022-010135 by a unanimous vote of 7-0, and the superintendent will give the next announcement.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. I'm very pleased to announce that the board approved the following appointment by unanimous vote of 7-0. The board approved the appointment of Ms. Ashley Alexander as principal of Father Keith B. Kinney Elementary School. Congratulations, Ms. Alexander.
All right, item 6.0, agenda adoption. Can I get a motion? Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. All right, item 7.0, public comment. How many public comment do we have this evening? On item 7.0 only.
Approximately 12.
Okay, if you could please read the first three commenters.
First up is David Aleman.
Good evening, Mr. Alleman.
Good evening.
You have 2 minutes. Go right ahead.
One of my former colleagues, she's going to yield her time to me.
I'm giving you my time.
And what was your name?
Rosalie Nugent.
Rosaline. Okay, we'll make sure of that. So you have 4 minutes.
So I was just wondering, are there any folks from the Black Parallel Education Board here tonight? How about the DLAC? How about LCAP? You want to come forward real quick? Just give me a hand. You just stand right over here. I also wanted to say this young lady and her siblings, her 3 other siblings, all went to Mark Twain and all started in Head Start preschool at Mark Twain, okay? So you're part of the LCAP? Okay. So is it part of your committee that you work with the district in developing plans, setting goals, measures, things like that?
That's right.
Okay. And that you hold the district accountable for that, right?
That's the goal.
Okay, great. And so student outcomes is prime with you guys, right?
So priority.
Okay, so, and you know what? These are deeply rooted values of the superintendent, equity, access, social justice practices.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm just saying those are deeply rooted values of the superintendent, okay? And so do you think early childhood education is important?
It's essential.
It's essential, exactly. And the research shows it too. Thank you. Do you think early childhood education in neighborhoods that have high crime rate, drug use, single-parent homes, domestic and community violence is important?
I know it is.
And do you think just a regular early childhood education is sufficient for those children and families?
For most of them, it's absent.
How about, do you think an early childhood education that provided comprehensive support service as a program would be much better in those neighborhoods?
I know it is. I'm a product of one.
Where?
Not here in Sacramento, but there. Yeah.
Okay, what, Head Start or something?
I went to Head Start. My kids went to parent participation preschool.
Thank you. Yeah. So the thing that I'm trying to say here, and our superintendent has said it, that 70% of our district is needy families, right? I thought I saw you on that YouTube, March 30th, say that. We have a high number of disadvantaged families in this district, bottom line, okay? So what would you say of a district that is reducing and actually eliminating a proven Head Start early childhood education program that takes away equity, access, opportunity, and the social justice
So it's out of alignment with what their stated priorities are.
And I'm glad that we have committees like you because you're the checks and balances.
It's supposed to be,
Okay, thank you.
on paper.
On paper, yes. So did you know that in 2018, 2019, this board here and the superintendent cut its Head Start program and state program in half? You knew that? Wow. What did you think about that?
We're working to bring it back.
Did you? What was the purpose of cutting it?
I'm not on the board, you gotta ask us.
Yeah, that's what I've been asking.
Yeah.
There's no answers. Yeah, in fact, that was the year that the whole district had to make savings. I think the union, they were being asked for $16 million out of their health benefits. Okay, but by the end of that year, there was $30 million in the budget. There was a poor count on the ADA, and they had to call back all the layoffs, okay? Except for child development. It remained dismantled.
Sorry, Mr. Alleman, can you
And
please
cut.
wrap it up?
Okay? So I want you to know that.
Thank you.
I'm trying to let the Black Parallel Board know that and the DLAC.
Okay.
We need support, and we had a premier program. Here's a product, you're a product. Head Start works,
Yes, it does.
and they're eliminating more numbers this year. Okay? Thank you. What's your name?
Thank you, Mr. Alleman. Next speaker?
Just confirming that was Rosalie Nugent, correct?
Correct.
President Pritchett, we also have Terrence Gladney, who was here actually to speak on item 5.0, closed session.
Oh, okay, sorry. Terrence, come on up.
After Terrence will be Mo Kashmiri on item 7.
Good evening. I thought this was gonna be my first statement, but I got warmed up, so it's cool. Good to see you guys. On the agenda in closed session, I saw a couple of things that sort of stood out to me. I've asked around, I don't know what happened to Gail Johnson, but when I thought of Father Keith Buchanan, she was a previous administrator and she was synonymous with that school. So it's one thing to see that we're appointing someone there, but if we don't know sort of like where we've been and why we're at now, how do we know where we're going? I, as a community member, I, as someone who has visited her school site, when I read this, I see another in the line of Black administrators that have left their position. Whether it's going to CERNA, whether it's leaving our district, it's a pattern that has been questioned with no answers. We have continual issues, whether it's the ongoing racist incidents at our school sites that have not been resolved. And to me, this is just another layer on top of that to where there's still this ladder that we're climbing, but it doesn't even seem like we stepped on the first rung. But you guys know that already. So I'm just hoping that eventually we'll get a return to our questions, some actual answers and action. The other thing is 3.6. When I looked at it on the agenda, like the packet, it's about expulsions, but it was listed and aligned with an LCAP goal of college, career, and life-ready students, which, I mean, I don't, it seems to be misaligned. If maybe it was rewritten as health and safety, climate, that would be a little bit more in alignment, I guess, to parallel what I was saying before. Our goal should be, whether it's expulsions, at-home suspensions, on-campus suspensions, our goal should be to have kids in classrooms. So I would just ask that let's not start to speak language that's going to speak narratives into existence. So hopefully we can change that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. Next speaker?
Next speaker is Mo Kashmiri, followed by Richard Vasquez and Maria Rodriguez.
Mr. Kashmiri? Okay, saw him walk out. Maria, why don't you come up? And Rich Vasquez, sorry, both of you guys come on up. Good evening, Mr. Vasquez. Nice shirt.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the time. Rich Vasquez. I have a daughter at Hiram Johnson. Again, just want to come up here and tell you, Sacramento City Unified School District, you suck. You suck. You suck. I'm about to be out of here. 1 year left, and I'm gonna keep coming up here telling you guys suck. Terrible experience. I don't know where my kids would be if I didn't be here. Keep coming, keep being there, right? That's the most influential thing, but I can't imagine where my kids would be. And honestly, I did step back away, and I was gonna focus on my career, and my kids start falling apart, and they weren't focused in school. So I knew I had to make sure that's most important, because again, they're right, they still got their lives to live. Again, you guys suck. That's it. Superintendent Aguilar, when you came here, you said, like, we talk about all these equity goals and this and that. We don't even have that at Hiram Johnson. I mean, since you've been here, my kid had 3 teacher vacancies. What's the plan? What are we doing about it? So is my daughter going to have another one next year? Should I just look forward to that and say, hey, that's what's going on here, right? We talk about equity within the school. Well, other kids aren't having the subs and teacher vacancies, so you're not cutting it. You're just not cutting it, all right? You can't represent us. Half the school board goes to selective school sites. Are you kidding me? You guys do not know what your families are living at the most struggling school sites. You guys know, right? You can and you never will. And Trustee Garcia, you broke my trust. How are you, a couple of minutes ago, you were talking about West Campus. How are we going to expand West Campus? Thank you. Because now that shows you're not a focus on Hiram Johnson, right? Look at all the trouble we got over here, and who's focused on it? Just 10 people, school site council, right? 10 people, a couple the principals and 1 parent and 4 other teachers, right? You guys are kidding. When you're talking about expanding West Campus, that's segregation. One of my kids, she was my first daughter, so I was thinking, oh, let's get into West Campus, right? A great opportunity. No, it's not, because now I got to worry about my other kid that didn't get in there, right? Emotions. What does my kid think? Why can't my kids be at the same school? And you're breaking a lot of families up, because that's what I'm seeing over here at Hiram Johnson. Oh, my kid is going over there. They're getting off the volleyball team and they're running over to the other school site, right? Why do we want to do that? Why can't we just make Hiram Johnson good? Quit trying to segregate everybody. And again, Hiram Johnson, we just went through thousands of dollars. We went through a school improvement grant. Did the school improve? We're still struggling. We don't have teachers. We're not meeting our SIPSA goals. I mean, it's just a joke. I've been to every school site council and I've been there. We're not making any headway. And again, the teachers, the people, the 10 people that are coming, the principals, we got goals and stuff. Does the rest of the school site know that? The average teacher there's been 10 years. So if it's not experience, if it's not money, we got $300,000 worth of CSI funding. We get that because we suck. So again, we have the money, we have the training. What's next? We don't know how to service the most needed help kids. That's what we don't know, right? So I don't know. Again, we had money. I see the money, we see everything. So who's going to step up and say, now we need to get better? Because that's in the end, or we're just going to say we don't know how to service kids. And that's why you segregate everybody and everybody flees to their schools and leave us behind, right? Again,
thank you, Mr.
Again, last one, SRO funding. You took off an SRO, $140,000. You see STAG, someone just went on campus and killed a kid. Where's the $140,000? We're missing that. All right, bring us something.
Thank you, Mr.
Campus monitor,
Vasquez.
something. Again, Sacramento City Unified School District, you suck.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Mr. Rodriguez, and then Mr. Kashmiri.
I don't need no applause either. Real life talk.
Is that the blanket that you've been doing?
Waiting for it to get back to 2 minutes. Can it go back to 2 minutes? Because I'm missing 15 seconds. I need every second I can get.
We'll set you back.
It is.
Don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I have been filling out these cards for about 18 years. A couple of you may recall A Tale of Two City Schools. A couple of you. Some of you may remember my late night knitting sessions. Yes, I owe this to someone. In all those years, I don't assume that anything I have stated has influenced any decision made on your dais. So I'm not really speaking to most of you this evening. First, I want to acknowledge Superintendent Aguilar for his ability to maintain composure as he has been the target of name-calling and shaming at these public forums. I appreciate your demeanor. I don't know how you do it. I also want to acknowledge that things are not as they should be in the district. When Rich Vasquez says you suck, you do suck. My example is during COVID, I actually was curious about an open job position. I called 2 or 3 times and never got a call back. So if I did that, I wonder how many other people are. Okay, but what I really want is for the public to see that you all are committed to the long-term viability of this amazing public school district. A couple of years ago, I stood up here and looked into the eyes of this superintendent, and I searched for his commitment, and I saw it. Countless superintendents have come and gone from SCUSD, including one who was here for 2 years, brokered an untenable MOU, and left. The fact that you're getting so much vitriol is because you're committed. You're committed to the long term, and you're going to make the hard decisions now that people won't make. Your board, your decision to ensure a level of stability in this district by your decisions these last 2 years may have cost you your seats, should you even really want to keep them. But I have watched years of boards direct this school district, and this group now has faced more vitriol and division and maintained more grace. I have more to say, but my time is up, and I respect your time, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Kashmiri?
Hi, I'm Mo Kashmiri. Hi, everybody. I'm Mo Kashmiri. I'm also a candidate for the Sac County Office of Education, and I'm just going to say the same thing I say all the time, which is, number one, I'm hoping that after this strike, we see the need to really work towards getting more revenues and having a plan to get there. After Measure P, we can now pass revenues through referendum with a 50% vote. I highly recommend we go that route so we can stop having the same conversations and having people say you suck, and instead provide the kids the services that they need and the community the education that they deserve. I'm going to again also say that we want to push more collaboration instead of conflict, and that if you give teachers and other staff a voice on the job, then you're less likely to end up in massive strikes that end up costing everyone money, time, effort. And finally, we are doing an Earth Day resolution today. And I know this board likes to do a lot of ceremonial resolutions. What I would prefer is that we amend the ceremonial resolution to actually make movement towards making the district more green. For example, we should be installing solar panels on our schools. We should be having electric buses. We should have a plan to get to carbon-free by 2030. But when I've talked to the director of facilities, there's no plan in place to do any of that yet. So one minor thing that you could do that could help move us in that direction would even be to create a sustainability committee so we can talk about how we're going to get there. We only have 8 years left to avoid the worst effects of climate change. I know my son chose to go to a closer school because he was afraid that he was going to die of climate change. And I tried to explain to him that's not the case. And at the same time, it scares the crap out of me that we're not thinking ahead to make sure that our kids have a livable future. So again, please asking for your support to make sure that we fund the future, that we work for collaboration instead of conflict, and make sure our schools are green by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kashmiri. Next speaker?
Next is Teresa Hanneman. And that's followed by Hope Dennis, who is ceding her time to Teresa Hanneman.
Melissa Reyno, so I'm also ceding my time.
Okay, thank you. 6 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Hanneman. I'm a second grade teacher at Parkway Elementary. I'm also a member of the SCTA bargaining team. I'd like to start off by acknowledging our SEIU brothers and sisters who were also on strike. You are the backbone of our district and deserve so much more than this district offers you. I also want to thank all of the families and students who supported us, especially the rock stars who occupied CERNA until we had an agreement. Thank you. Holding public comments over Zoom has allowed a much larger group of students, community members, and employees to participate in the board meetings. It has forced you out of your echo chamber and empowered more folks to participate. For the sake of equity, I urge you to continue allowing public comments over Zoom as well as in person in order for all community members to have an equal opportunity to participate. For a district that likes to pride itself on equity, it seems as though some of you may not know the difference between equality and equity. Equality means that an individual or group of people is given the same resources or opportunities. Equity recognizes that each person or group has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. For example, if I were to give each of you a bottle of coconut water for hydration, that would be equality. If I asked each of you what you needed or preferred for hydration and then gave that to you, that would be equity.
Equality is offering to fund Sly Park trips for all of the sixth graders. Equity would be reaching out to school sites to see if they were interested in Sly Park trips, and if so, what resources would be needed to make that happen. Then you could address the lack of volunteers to chaperone at sites like mine due to a variety of things like work schedules, inability to pay for background checks, or sixth graders not being able to go due to responsibilities like watching their younger siblings while parents work. Then funds and resources could be allocated in a way that best met the needs of those sites. Equality is offering to fund flag football at all of the schools. Equity would be reaching out to sites to see if they were interested in flag football or possibly another sport or enrichment activity that may better suit that site. Equality is having a pool of subs that can choose which sites they want to work at and which sites they want to avoid. Equity would be recognizing that sites like mine have a harder time getting subs, so incentivizing sub positions with benefits or a resident position at sites like mine would help to address the need. Equality would be hiring a set number of intervention teachers and sharing them among all the sites. Equity would be hiring the number of intervention teachers needed at all sites, especially the neediest, had an opportunity for an equal outcome. Equality is stating that all districts have staffing shortages, so it's just how it is. Equity is recognizing that due to a staffing shortage across the country, our district needs to do something different, so all of its students can get access to the qualified staff they need and deserve. Equality would be if every teacher had taken a 2% cut in take-home pay. Equity is when our compensation is so good that teachers apply for positions at all of the schools, not just the ones top-level administrators' kids go to.
Thank you. And I just want to remind you that all of our email addresses and phone numbers are on the district's website. This is not an echo chamber inside the district office. I'm more than happy to have any conversation and even sit at the edge of my driveway and have conversations with you at any point. So please reach out. Conversation doesn't stop here in the boardroom. All right. Next comment.
3 more speakers on item 7. Next is Timothy Hebert, followed by Catherine Santora and Terrence Gladney.
Good evening.
Hello. Board and Superintendent, my name is Timothy Hebert. I have a son who attends John F. Kennedy High School. You may have heard me on a recent Zoom telling you that he has not had an English teacher all year. And that's a lot of what bothers me. But I want to say that there is an alternative universe in which Sac City leaders never lied to the public about our budget. In this alternative Sac City, Dave Gordon never falsely claimed that we could not afford the 2017 contract with teachers. Superintendent Aguilar, you never falsely claimed that we had a $35 million deficit. And Trustee Morosky, you never falsely claimed in this alternative universe that we were, quote, facing insolvency. Because in alternative Sac City, just like in this universe, they have never had less than $70 million in the bank that entire time. Now, in alternative Sac City, they've enjoyed 5 years of cooperation on real educational priorities, not bickering about how to spend healthcare savings. And we could be like alternative Sac City for the next 5 years. But folks, if you hear contemporary echoes of the falsehoods that I laid out, you're not wrong. And so if we want to have a great alternative for the next 5 years, it starts with our leaders being truthful with the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I think it was
Catherine Santora.
Ms. Santora. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Catherine Santora. I just wanted to bring to light that something's going on within nutrition services. Over this school year, there were 6-hour positions. There were 3-hour positions that were offered 6 hours on a limited basis on an ESSER grant. The people that agreed to that already knew their hours were going to get cut. But when the letters were sent out, my 3 permanent that were already permanent before these ESSER grants, and I'll name them, Mariela Romero, Minyan Yu, and Christina Zuniga. They all received a letter, certified mail, by regular mail and certified mail, and they came to me and they're like, hey, Katie, what's going on with this? Like, we're already permanent. So I sat down and I wrote a letter to Diana Flores and I CC'd in my union. I wrapped in SEIU. And they were reassured by the area supervisor, David Luze, that they had nothing to worry about. But it doesn't seem like that it feels like it's fallen upon deaf ears. Mariela Romero, I sat down and wrote a letter in regards to her and helped her fill out so that she could have a hearing. So she was granted a hearing, but the other 2 didn't follow through. They told me that they went and talked to Diana Flores yesterday. They had a conversation with her, but they feel like that it's fallen upon deaf ears. So I wanted it to bring it to light in this board meeting that there are injustices being done to employees that were already 6 hours before this ESSER grant, and that they don't deserve this. Nutrition Services worked through the whole pandemic, boots on the ground, but we didn't even know what COVID was, but we were there to serve our community. I live in Parkway. I live in the community I serve. I love my kids and I love what I do. And I love my employees. So please look into this and make sure that it's righted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gladney.
Good evening again. I want to kind of follow up on my message of language sort of leading to outcomes. This is called public comment, which to me, if I make a comment to someone, it's just my own personal opinion. It doesn't mean that it's accepted. I would love if you guys rephrase this or renamed it to public engagement, public question and answer, something to where we actually expect it, that what we say falls on ears that lead to hearts, that lead to hands, that actually do something. I know that you guys have your emails available. I've been in this district and I have relationships with some of you guys to where I can reach out, but not everyone does. And I've seen publicly listed where people have emailed their board members, called their board members, tried to engage their board members and have not gotten a response. So everything sounds great on the dais, but if it doesn't actually happen in the real world, then we're living in this space, in outer space. This is not the real world. There are so many outstanding items that have come up that are supposed to be action items in this space that still have not been carried out. There used to be a time where questions that people asked here went on the website and their answers were provided there for the public. That's transparency. I have not seen that in years, but we need it. There's still outstanding renaming of our Crown Jewel Middle School, Sutter. It's still called Sutter last I checked. I was just at a middle school track meet. They're still floating the green and white. I thought that we were changing that because we wanted to be responsible to our Native American population. It was put on hold supposedly because of the pandemic. I was told it was going to restart last November, and it's still out there. We can't have these spaces that are too sacred for us to actually fix problems that we know that exist. You guys have not ever, how long have I been asking to at least explore open enrollment? Like, give me some data. We're a data-driven district. Where's the data that says it's effective? I can give you testimonial. I can give you a list of children that I've mentored, coached, parented, that I know actual stories. You guys are the ones supposed to provide the data that are supposed to support the outcomes you're trying to create. We don't talk about it because students might leave. It's okay for Black students to leave and go to charter schools. It's okay for students of color to leave, and all these charter schools are uprooted in our own backyard. That's okay, but the ones that have the mobility and access, we're scared that they might leave. We're creating environments for people to come from Davis and say, please don't close our school. We drive all the way from Davis. Those aren't our children. Those aren't the 70% that Mr. Alamán was referencing. How do we know that what we say in this microphone falls into a position to where it's going to be actually implemented with some action? I ask you guys to consider that, change the language that we use in this space, but also change the hands to actually not just point a mic up or down, to actually do some work that we can see results. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? All right. All right, item 8.0, a special presentation, resolution number 3268, recognition of Earth Day. I'm listed on the agenda, but I've asked student member Zhang if she could please present this, and I learned today that Earth Day is her birthday. And so perfect timing. So go ahead, student member Zhang.
Thank you. Whereas Earth Day is commemorated each year to recommit to the goals of a healthy environment and peaceful, just, and sustainable world, and whereas communities around the city, state, nation, and world will do their part in promoting public awareness on environmental issues by holding special events or sharing best practices that focus on protecting our ecosystem and planet, and whereas the Sacramento City Unified School District works to promote programs and partnerships across the district in an effort to educate students and the community and protect the environment because it is good for our health, our economy, and the natural wildlife and habitat that surrounds us. And whereas providing all students the opportunity to participate in Earth Day activities and environmental stewardship is an important part of citizenship. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education does hereby recognize April 21st, 2022 as Earth Day and supports the important work and services provided by Sacramento City Unified School District partners and schools.
Well done, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, one speaker, Mo Kashmiri.
All right, Mr. Kashmiri, are you in the room? I do not see Mr. Kashmiri in the room at this moment. Oh, wait, nope. All right. With that, we'll take a roll. Superintendent, roll call vote. Can I get a motion? And all right, I got a motion and a second. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
Superintendent, roll call.
Sorry. Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Wu? Member Phillips?
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a very happy birthday. All right. Item 9.0, communications. 9.1, employee organizational reports, SCTA. Mr. Fisher. Good evening.
Good evening and happy birthday, student board member Zhang. My wife is also an Earth Day baby, so I perked my ears, but good evening. David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teacher Association. Welcome back. It's been a minute, right, since we've all been in this space together. And tonight's return to in-person meeting is a new step forward, and we're hoping to take another step forward with you later this evening. It's appropriate that the most significant items on the agenda tonight for approval are the SCTA and SEIU agreements, which also presents all of us in the school board with an even bigger opportunity for a new step forward. As we all know, on April 3rd, SCTA and SEIU were able to come to an agreement with the district to settle the issues that led to our strike. SCTA members ratified the agreement by a vote of 98.2%, and SEIU announced that its members ratified the contract by a vote of 99.8%. Tonight, the approval of these two contracts are before you. According to the district representatives at the bargaining table, the district's bargaining team had the full authority and support of the school board and the Sacramento County Office of Education to negotiate on behalf of the district. Moreover, according to the district's bargaining representative, the Sacramento County Office of Education approved the district's proposals before they were presented across the table and agreed to by SEIU and SCTA. It's important to note that the proposal to settle dispute was one made by the district to SCTA with the full consent of the Sacramento County Office of Education. In fact, SCTA repeatedly requested representatives from SCOE to be part of the bargaining, which SCOE refused, just as SCOE refused our request to discuss the Sac City budget together with representatives from the district, even though a SCOE-appointed fiscal advisor remains assigned to Sac City. Now, I only mention this because of the recent letter from the Sacramento County Office of Education Superintendent, who once again demonstrated his willingness to let his own personal opinions replace sound factual analysis and appropriate fiscal oversight. A county office of education, if functioning properly, can and should play an important role in providing guidance and support to school districts in its jurisdiction. We look forward to our county office of education playing such a constructive role. Ironically, the Sacramento County Office of Education was, if they were that concerned about the finances of Sac City, they would not have just recommended the approval of a controversial countywide independent charter that directly threatens the stability of the career and technical education program here in Sac City. It is unfortunate that Mr. Gordon has allowed his personal opinions to cloud the judgment and damage the credibility of Sacramento County Office of Education and this district. Just one example. Your own slideshow that you have a little bit later shows that the only ongoing costs from our agreement are $11.68 million. You're currently projecting this year a $19 million surplus and almost $130 million in a reserve fund. Those are facts that cannot be disputed, and we should be looking at the facts. Fortunately, you all have the opportunity to turn the page. Since the contract is settled, we have now had several constructive discussions about how to make up the lost educational opportunities for students as a result of the strike. And we meet again with the district tomorrow with the hopes of reaching resolution on those issues as well. Here we stand on April 21st, 2022, with the best opportunity in a long time to move forward together. We hope that you will join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. All right, and I do have an email that I received from Judy Farina from the UPE president that was not able to make it tonight and asked me to read it during this section. She said, first off, the letter that was never intended to go public, and it is clear that we have a leak in our organization. As a result of the leak, of other labor partners and the community are using our letter to put pressure on the board to remove the superintendent. While we stand by the content of the letter, please understand that, number one, we are not asking that the superintendent be released from his position at all. In fact, we did not ask for anyone to be fired. We want some system improvements that were outlined in the letter. Number two, a lack of confidence extends to the Board of Education as well as upper management in the district. We clearly have system issues and have one for many years. Number three, we made clear recommendations about steps that need to be taken by the board, superintendent, and upper management to begin to address the concerns of members shared in the survey. Number four, we firmly believe in all evaluations that there should be a progressive improvement process, including for the superintendent, hence the list of recommendations. Number five, going forward, we hope that we attempt to work in a collaborative manner within the system by communicating to the superintendent and to the board that we receive some type of meaningful response. Number six, we have already started discussions to improve relationships and have started the process for plans to start the 22-23 school year with some collaborative design system changes that will support your frontline managers. And sincerely, Judy Farina, UPE president. All right. I apologize. Do we have any public comment on item 9.1? Okay.
On 10.1?
9.1.
Oh, yeah, no.
Okay. 10.0, public hearing. 10.1, public hearing on AB 1200, disclosure and approval of the MOU between SCUSD and the Service Employees International Union. Chief Ramos.
Thank you, President Pritchett. And tonight, as President Pritchett stated, we will be presenting to you the AB 1200 disclosure and requesting approval of the MOU between Sac City Unified School District and the Service Employees International Union. Presenting with me tonight is Ms. Alexa Rincon, our Assistant In-House Counsel, and at this point, I'm going to turn it over to her, and then I will come up to conclude the presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. Sorry, I'm trying to click the next slide.
I can do it from my computer too. Just tell me when it's-
Okay. So we're bringing this matter before the board to vote to ratify the agreement with SEIU. Next slide. It was executed on April 3rd, 2022. I'm just going to highlight some key provisions here. For 2020 to 21, there's a $3,000 one-time stipend. For 2021 to 2022, there's a 4% on-schedule salary increase for SEIU employees, $3,000 one-time stipend, $1,000 one-time retention stipend for current employees, and a $2,000 bus driver stipend. Next slide, please. The agreement also includes a package of incentives specifically aimed at recruiting and retaining bus drivers. For 2022 to 2023, there's a $2,000 bus driver recruitment and retention stipend for bus driver trainees, a $2,000 bus driver referral stipend, and a $5,000 bus driver recruitment and signing bonus for fully licensed bus drivers. In order to receive this signing bonus, the employee must provide service for the 2022 to 23 year. Additionally, beginning on July 1st, 2022, there will be an increase in longevity pay to a $1,030 annual stipend after completion of 10, 16, 19, 22, and 25 years of service. Next slide, please. The agreement with SEIU also includes several provisions to improve SEIU members' working conditions. This includes continuing 100% district-paid health premiums for all eligible SEIU members and their dependents up to the Kaiser active rates, and enhanced dental and vision benefits to premier coverage plans.
Next slide, please. Oh, you have it there. This is the fiscal impact of this agreement. That's part of the disclosure for AB 1200. And the first item is the one-time cost of $20.3 million in 21-22. Second item for 21-22 is a cost of $3.47 million in ongoing costs. And in the year 22-23, we're looking at a one-time cost of $61,000 with ongoing of $4.15. And for 23-25, the ongoing cost of $4.118 million. Lots of numbers to throw out at you there.
Ms. Ramos,
Oh, yes.
let me interrupt.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think the slides aren't coming through the web stream.
Oh.
So let's just
Okay, I can
ask
pause.
the Chief Lyons to check in. Let's just pause for a little bit. I don't see them on my screen, so. If we can also slow down a little bit on these slides too. No, I think, why don't we just continue for the moment? Ms. Moretti, can you confirm that these are all slides in the board agenda packet online as well? They are online, okay.
Okay. So I'll just go ahead and repeat and slow down a little bit here. Just to, again, reinstate that this particular slide is specific to the SEIU agreement, although we have two, and I'll explain that shortly. And in our AB 1200, we were required to report for all funds. So what you're seeing here is a combination of the reporting of all funds And then some of these costs were only specific to our general fund, and I'll explain that in a moment. So the one-time cost of 20.3 million represents all funds paid for by Fund 1. These are our one-time costs. We use some of our one-time resources. And the ongoing costs are of 3.47 for the year 21-22 do represent all funds. And so those that are specific to, for example, your adult education fund, your child development fund, they will be charged to those funds appropriately. And you'll see in the subsequent slide where we show the MYP, we are just showing Fund 1, because that is the fund that is very critical in terms of making sure that we're meeting our reserves and so forth. And so I'll explain when we get to that point. So the second bullet is for the second year, 22-23. Again, we have our one-time costs there of $61,000, and this is for our bus driver recruitment and the signing bonuses, which is one time, and that ongoing cost of $4.15 million for all funds. And in 23-24, that ongoing cost increases to $4.18 million, and this is due to step and column and the cost of our pension and increases in some of our other statutories. Next slide, please. Oh, it's not moving. Yes, it is. Okay, so here is our Fund 1, our multi-year projection for Fund 1. And so what we've done here, it might look very busy, is that we've had to show both of the agreements because we need to show the impact of both agreements on our financial statements. So what we tried to do was separate out both of them. And it does look a little bit busy, but hopefully you're able to see the distinction between SCTA's agreement, which we're not talking about right now. We're talking about SEIU. Nonetheless, it is listed there. And then following SCTA is SEIU specifically pulled out. What we've also done on this slide is we've shown some of the one-time savings resources that we will be using to pay for some of the one-time stipends. And of those it includes our Sr3, and we'll go into detail later in the presentation to show where we pulled from our Sr3 plan to offset some of these stipends. And then we also use the potential strike savings, assuming that we're going to realize the full strike savings for those 8 days. Those will offset some of these costs as well. And then it takes you to your total new expenditures for all 3 years, your excess deficiency, which you'll see in that line there in the bracket, starting with the 76 million. And then, of course, all your other line items that are required. And eventually your net deficit that is in the gray shaded bar that says net increase and decrease. It starts with the 75 million negative in red, and then it carries over to 5.4 and then the 20.9 million in 23-24. So that's just a recap. A lot of data there. I recognize that. So I can pause there if you'd like, if you have any questions at this point, or I can just keep going. Keep going. Okay.
But board members, I do want to just, the screen that is behind us is the one that Rose is using. So
Yes.
I know it just requires you to look back a little bit to follow what the slides that are in front of you. So
We've got it right here.
We have it here.
okay, yeah.
Next slide, please. So this slide is our Sr3 funding sources, and important to kind of pause here and just explain this for a second. As you might remember back in October, Sr3 was a little bit different out of all of our ESSER and COVID relief funds in that particular funding source needed to come to the board for approval with a plan, very specific actions and dates when we were going to spend by. We had the 3 years to spend. So although there were resources that were not spent yet, they were committed to these actions. And so what our staff did was they went back to try to see if there were any possibility of using any of these actions, the funds that were allocated to these actions, to allocate and offset some of the costs of the stipends. And I'll explain a little bit more detail, but just to show you that we were only able to come up with 11.4 out of this entire grant. That's substantially more, because all of the remaining other ESSER actions, they've already been committed and they're already well underway. People are hired, projects are planned, and they've already started. So it's kind of hard to pull those back at this point. But for these, not to say that they're less important than those, we hadn't started these, and in some cases we were able to identify alternative funding sources. And so, excuse me, that's what we've listed there, the alternative funding sources in some of them. And then for some of the others, we're still looking for alternative funding sources for those. And then in some cases, and there's a couple of them, that we had a deadline to hire or fill these positions, which was this year, and we were not able to do so. We had some challenges with hiring, and so that time has lapsed now. And so we're not going to pursue those programs, and so we were able to recapture some of that savings to apply to some of these one-time stipends, excuse me. So you'll see the details in the notes that explain, the rationale for that, and we have staff here this evening that can go into further detail about any of these particular line items if you have more questions on these items. So, okay, so next slide, please.
Let me pause. Rose, just in terms of context for our board and for our community, what Rose has presented, and again, we can bring staff to give more details about some of these programs, is these are programs that in some cases we had allocated ESSER funds to, where we're going to have to determine other allocations for us to continue them or to start them. In other cases, there are grants that we have in place right now that we are hoping to find ways to sustain them beyond the grant end date as well. And so we have examples of those kinds of grants. Of course, most grants that are allocated or awarded now to LEAs have an expectation that the LEA will sustain them. It would be very difficult for us to continue to apply for grants and not have the resources to sustain those kinds of grants. And we have staff here that can give examples. Several of our staff, for example, the other day had a wonderful visit at Wilsey Wood, where we were able to see a new initiative that exposes our students to CTE modules in a variety of fields at 7th grade. That was funded through a CTE grant that we have, and we are going to have to go back and figure out how do we identify ongoing revenues to sustain those kinds of efforts. And as we were learning about those kinds of efforts, we all celebrated that what a great opportunity for a 7th grade student to be exposed to the plethora of CTE opportunities and then tie them to pathway programs at the high school level, at the 7th grade level, so they can, understand, for example, environmental sustainability pathways, and then think of attending Rosemont, or culinary arts and think of attending the Rosemont Culinary Arts Pathway Program. Those are programs that we want to continue to sustain, but we're going to need to identify ongoing resources to sustain after the grants end as well. And again, we do have staff here in case there's questions or you'd like to hear more about those kinds of examples, including these that we have listed here as well. But that's, and we can come back to the board as we have more information about the additional types of activities that we are going to have to come back to the board during budget adoption during May and June, and outline how we are going to find ways to sustain some of the programs that we had already launched, or grants that we want to continue to sustain as they are playing out, and we're seeing benefits for our students and families, and in some cases our employees as well.
Next slide, please. And this slide, we're getting to the end here, is there our letter that we received from the Sacramento County Office of Education regarding our second interim report and our AB 1200. Oh, sorry.
We're almost towards the end. If we can wait until after public comment. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Member Phillips also has a question.
Our letter regarding second interim and AB 1200, and as you may have read in the communications, that our certification was changed. We filed our second interim with a qualified. It was changed to a negative for these reasons. The letter is a little lengthier, but just to highlight the major ones. Because of the significant penalties that we're facing due to the loss of instructional minutes and days as a result of the 8-day strikes of $47 million. And the tentative agreements with SETA and SEIU, which are very costly to the district. The projected impact to the unrestricted general fund in the third year that we're required to be positive or meet the 3% reserve, the 2% and 3% reserve, In 23-24, our deficit increased to 16.1 million, which is an increase of 10 million. Before, we were projecting about 6 million deficit in that third year. And then our ending fund balance decreased to 27.8 million, which is a decrease of 100 million from second interim as a result of the compounding of the of both agreements. And yeah, and next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation, if there are any questions at this point.
Thank you, Chief Ramos. Public comment?
We have Deborah Duraz.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Deborah Durazo, and I'm an employee with Sac City Unified School District. I am a public servant. I am the bookkeeper controller at West Campus High School, and currently filling in as office manager as well. I'm also the chapter secretary for SEIU Local Chapter 10-1 and a member of the bargaining team. I'm here to speak in favor of the labor agreement that's on the agenda for tonight for the ratification. I'm here to urge the board to strongly, if not unanimously, ratify the tentative agreements reached by SEIU 10-1 with nearly 1,700 classified employees in the district, and then with SETA, almost 2,300 employees. Teachers, whose membership together combined do the critical work of providing good public education for up to 40,000 students in our district. I speak for our chapter leadership and our membership to say we believe the tentative agreement reached for our unit to be the necessary foundation for beginning a new chapter in labor relations. We know this agreement will help retain and recruit qualified staff that our children deserve. We also believe this to be the first step for the district working in good faith in this direction. We look forward to the board showing leadership and good faith by accepting this agreement. We also look forward to a fresh start. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
No other speakers for 10.1.
Okay. I'll open this up for board comment. First, I just want to say thank you to Ms. Ramos and Ms. Rincon for sharing the report on the district's budget. And thank you also for presenting the SCOE findings based on the required independent review of the district's financial and fiscal conditions. The negative certification letter signed by Superintendent Dave Gordon highlights the painful truth about our district's budget. We face a persistent structural deficit because we are committed to spend more money than our district receives from the state and federal government. And even though we expect the governor and the legislature to increase funding for public education, when the final state budget is approved this summer, our district may be in a position where we have already obligated that funding. The negative certification letter sent by Superintendent Gordon is a tough one for us to swallow, and we need to inform future budget decisions. This includes potential future budget cuts and future agreements that we hope to reach with the district's labor partners. It is critical that our board and our community and our labor partners understands the implications and the negative certification issued by Superintendent Gordon and the limited options that we face to improve the district's fiscal outlook. I appreciate that Superintendent Gordon is here today and ask that he please come to the podium if you may. And I see we have comments. I'll get to you guys, I promise. Yeah, I should have. It's okay. It's okay.
Good evening, board members. As you know, I'm Dave Gordon. This is Nick Schweitzer, who is our Chief Business Officer at SCOE, and happy to answer any questions you may have about the letter or the certification determination.
Good evening, Superintendent, and welcome. I do have a few questions for you, and they're kind of related to this last presentation and the next presentation. The first question that I have for you is, can you please share an overview of why SCOE is responsible for reviewing and reporting on the soundness of the Sac City's budget?
Okay, county superintendents in the state are responsible for the fiscal oversight of all school districts within their counties. And this includes reviewing and approving school district budget and interim financial reports. We're also tasked with reviewing and commenting on district labor agreements. And I emphasize reviewing and commenting on district labor agreements. We've reviewed the proposed agreements, and we're concerned not that you have reached an agreement. That's very positive that you'd reached an agreement. And from everything I've heard, I think a fresh start would be very welcome in the community. But our concern is that you were already in a risky position with your budget going into this set of negotiations. And we're simply pointing out as part of our comments that the agreements could increase the district's risk of future financial insolvency, and we point out the reasons why in the letter.
Okay. Can you explain to us exactly what negative certification means?
Let me have Mr. Schweitzer.
Good evening, Mr. Schweitzer. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. So negative certification just means that we feel like there is a strong potential that the district's not going to be able to meet, its ongoing fiscal obligations going forward. In other words, that revenues are less than expenditures, and that you'll reach a point in which you're insolvent, and when that happens, then basically you give up your authority as a governing board, and a trustee gets appointed, and you have to take a loan, and things get even much worse from there. So essentially, that the negative certification means that you're at strong risk of that happening in the future. And of course, the other thing that negative certification means is that the county superintendent has some increased oversight responsibilities. Certainly that includes increased support as we've been working with you guys, over the last, several years now in supporting your creating your budget, supporting you in creating fiscal recovery plans, all those things, trying to increase your capacity fiscally. It also includes, on the other hand, the ability of the state superintendent to stay and rescind any action of the district that's inconsistent with, fiscal recovery.
The county superintendent.
Yes, the county superintendent, sorry.
All right. And then, so your letter noted that deficit spending by Sac City has continued over a number of years. Yet in the last interim report issued by your office, the district's budget did not receive a negative certification. Can you explain why that finding was different?
Well, the finding was different because your circumstances change from interim report to interim report based on circumstances. But the overall issue here is there has been a high level of risk, and you all acknowledged this yourselves when you talked about the structural deficit in your discussions over the past 6 months. If the budget is going up and down, back and forth, coming to the brink of insolvency, going back when one-time money shows up, coming to the brink, that's not a way to have a stable management system or a stable way of sorting out your priorities and deciding what you want to do for young people and setting aside the money to do it, to be able to do it long term.
Okay, so when our district had received a negative certification from your office in the past, we needed to make really deep budget cuts at that time, reducing the district's budget from more than I think it was about 55 million, more than 50 million in cuts to address the concerns that you've raised. Based on your independent review of Sac City's current budget projections, the fiscal commitments that we've currently made, what choices are left to address your concerns?
Well, number one, I think going about trying to recover as much money as possible from the penalties that would be imposed on you for the lost school days and instructional minutes is crucial, and we're very happy to hear that you're working toward that right now. That will make a big difference in the bottom line. The second thing is to continue to work, as you have talked about in the past, cutting expenditures in areas where you know you're either overspending or you're able to do things more efficiently, like the whole area of health benefits, which you've been working on for a number of years. Then the third thing, I think, is simply to make a long-term plan and stick to it, which doesn't depend on coming to a brink and exhausting all of your resources and then trying to figure out, well, how do we add something more without having to cut, or without having to, most of all, defer projects that you want to do for the benefits of students. So let me give you an example. If you had 2 or 3 programs that you wanted to start for students, and you could lay them out and say, over the next 3 to 5 years, we want to install A, B, C programs and sustain them. Do an estimate of how much each one would cost. Create a timeline and make sure it's built into your budget, just like all of the other fixed costs are built into your budget, to be able to do those things on a timeline. And then you would be sure that you would have the money to do the instructional improvements, the program improvements that you want to do for young people, in addition to just meeting the basic obligations to keep the lights on and keep the buildings open.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I'm hoping, as you know, one of our commenters said, a fresh start is a good way of moving forward, and that we work closely with our labor partners, because thinking about future programs is not something that I can see in the near future, and I do not want to be on this board making cuts directly to students, because that is the hardest thing, and I refuse as a board member to be making those decisions again. So I just plead with our community, with our labor partners, let's work together to make sure that that does not happen again. Thank you. If you can please stay up on the front, there's other board members that want to talk, and I'm sure they may have questions for you as well.
Of course.
Member Villa?
Thank you both for being here. I don't have too many questions for you both, but it just appears that we're paying our debts with our fingers crossed in the years to come, and that is not what I'm comfortable sitting on this board. Superintendent, and this question is for you. So page 8 of this slide, these cuts, what does this look like when you bring us goals or plans for our next school year and we have these alternative funding, some of these items that will be cut for our students? I can't be the only one in this room concerned with these cuts. These are the same things that folks have been reaching out to us saying that we need support for our students, and SEL, anti-racist materials, behavioral interventions and support. Is that what we're going to be cutting with these services? I have page 8.
It's on the other. Oh. On the SEIU one, sorry. Yeah, thank you for the question, Member Villa. So I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I do want to say that what we're striving for is getting to a place where during budget adoption discussion, which, as you remember on Zoom, takes place in May and June, right? Once we hear the revised proposal from the governor, the May revise, should result in you holding me accountable to come to you during those May, June board meetings with proposals for how we want to invest potentially new resources that we're expecting to receive from the state. And that, of course, isn't just my idea. It's the idea of a lot of our staff members who would come to you and say, this is what we're recommending, that you as a board have further discussions and debates about what is it that you want to adopt that we are recommending to you. The only time that I've been able to do that as superintendent was probably last year with the infusion of one-time funds. Otherwise, I can tell you that in the almost 5 years that I've been here, we've not been able to bring that kind of plan or set of recommendations to our board and then have you engage in deep debates about which aspects of those recommendations you adopt or don't adopt. That's what we're striving for. Where we have to, I think, continue to also strive for is trying to reach a place where if in fact we receive more ongoing revenues from the state, that they're not obligated already based on agreements that may have expired already. So we have the opportunity to restart and figure out a way in which we understand that there might be more investments, more revenues coming into the district. You hold me accountable for coming to you with recommendations for choices that we want to put in front of you. And then you have those discussions during budget adoptions so that you respond to your constituents, your communities, and in fact adopt the budget that calls for whatever investments you choose to make. I think that's what Superintendent Gordon might be saying, right? We've not been able to do that. We need to strive to do that. My hope is that given the circumstances now, during the budget adoption, we are going to have to try to come up with a way to extend the use of one-time funds until they expire to keep the programs that are funded through one-time funds sustained as long as possible. And that will not be an easy task, but our commitment is to come to you and figure out how to make those programs as sustainable as possible for as long as possible. And one worry that I do have, because many of you as board members are very good about forwarding grant opportunities to me that we then follow up on, and in many cases we've been successful at receiving, is that, again, the spirit of those grants that come to LEAs, particularly from the Department of Ed, from CDE, is that there's an expectation that we are able to sustain them. And we have to be able to be in a position where we have the ongoing revenues to, in fact, sustain them. Otherwise, we might get grants for a few years and then everyone will know, well, Sac City doesn't have a good track record of sustaining once the grants end. And so, to answer your question, Member Villa, that is what we were trying to clarify on slide 8. We are going to have to come back during budget adoption and say, how are we going to sustain as many of these programs for as long as possible? But I will be honest, most of it is going to be dependent on the one-time funds that are set to expire. And then over the course of the next year and a half, try to come up with other ways to sustain those programs that have proven themselves long-term after the expiration of one-time funds or after the expiration of grants that we have received.
Thank you. That's what I wanted clarification on, because as I have spoken, I know this board has said many times, the impacts on our students, we just can't continue having services taken away from them at this point. Our students deserve a lot more. And I really, too, want to get past this, and I want to get past the oversight, and I want our budget and our board and our team to be able to run this district on our own. So thank you guys for being here, and thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Member Vella. Member Phillips.
So I'm going to go back about 15 minutes when I had my original comment, when I hit this button. Specifically, I really don't want to hear any more acronyms unless someone is going to explain the acronym. Y'all left me behind, I don't know when. So it's really important that if we're going to use an acronym, and this isn't you, Mr. Gordon, this is just, for everyone to understand, y'all left me behind after Earth Day. And I think that when I hit the button, it's really important that I have something to say. So, if the superintendent can interject, I feel I should be able to interject as well. But I don't want to do that. So I'm hitting the button. That means I have something to say. When we were still talking in the beginning with the slideshow was when I had my question. So I'm going to ask that one question of Rose. Sorry, y'all. Just to make sure, Rose, page 8 of the multi-year projection. Yeah, we're looking at 7, sorry. Net increase, decrease. What I heard from you was there was 75 million plus, 22-23 was 5.4 plus, and then you said 9 million projected for 23-24. Can you clarify that that's what you meant?
Million for 23-24. Okay, let me go back one second. Give me just a moment if we can go back to that. So we're looking, okay, for 23-24, the ongoing cost there was, in this particular slide, is the 2.9. And then the net decrease here is 20.9 million, which is in that shaded bar, the gray one, and it's in red in parentheses. It's the very last year, and that's the year we have to show that we have the ability to make our reserve. And so we just highlight that negative because that just, indicates that we're deficit spending still, that we're not being able to support our expenses with our ongoing, with our revenue that we're projecting.
Okay, so that you misspoke that then, I guess, because I heard 9 million and I'm thinking it says 20 million and I couldn't see
Oh, yeah, sorry about that if I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And, just to make a point, this district is as broke as 70% of the folks who live here. So it's hard to balance a budget when we are a poor district. So, there are things that, yes, we might have to make cuts, but I'm a little confused as to why Mr. Gordon is here. And there was a series of questions that were asked and why those questions weren't submitted to us so that we could see them. Okay, they were really specific. And so they weren't, it feels almost as if I don't know, kind of scripted or something. I just want to make sure that these questions that were coming are very helpful to me. They would be helpful if I knew they were coming. So not to pull an ADA
They were
on
my
you.
questions, not the board president's questions.
Huh?
They were my questions as a board member.
They were very specific and detailed, and I wish that us as a board had been able to have some kind of discussion about those too. So I'm good for now. Just no more acronyms, please. And if you're going to use an acronym, please tell me what that acronym is. Thank you.
Member Morosky?
Thank you, President Pritchett. I appreciate this discussion. Thank you for being here. I support this agreement. And I also wanted to thank all our classified workers for your dedication to our district. And just note that, we have never been in a position since I arrived on this board 3.5 years ago to make reasonable, well-reasoned, long-term investments in our students. We've been talking about cutting for 2 years, and then we got this kind of one-time infusion of money, and finally we can do something. And we were just barely climbing our way out of that. And now we have a huge, massive additional cost to the budget. So that's just where we're at. And I appreciate, Superintendent Gordon saying, this is what you should do. You should make a long-term plan. You should stick to it. You should be student-centered in your budgeting. That's great. We know that already. We just can't do it. We can't do it because we don't have the authority to do it. As you can see, you know, we are only able to do what we are, I don't know, allowed to do under this structure that's been set up for us. And we are set up to fail. We are set up to fail because we do not have, as democratically elected board members of this district, we don't have the authority to govern this district and to develop educational programs for our children in the way that we want to, because it's all subject to negotiation. So I just think we have to be honest that, you know, money going in here means money that's not going to here. And nobody's sitting here like bathing in money. It's all going to our students one way or the other. So, you know, money and compensation means money has to be taken out of all of these other things, you know, so that's less services, that's less staff, that's less stuff for our students. So, I mean, I just want to say, I really, you know, I support the agreement. I also think we just need to be honest about, you know, and there are trade-offs inherent in that. And, you know, we're here at the end of a very, you know, tense and stressful and intense time together, and we are moving forward, but we just have to do so in an honest way. So, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm glad we're here with agreements before us for action. So I do want to celebrate that. I do have some questions regarding the qualification, going from qualified to negative. And you're pointing out they're due for 3 reasons, at least according to our PowerPoint. One is the significant penalties of $47 million due to the 8 days of strike. Can you just elaborate on that? Because that's a one-time penalty, right? So that doesn't necessarily affect our funding on an ongoing basis. So can you unpack that for me a little bit more?
Well, I can have Mr. Schweitzer elaborate on it, but it's a one-time penalty, but it affects your bottom line within the multi-year projections, which is what we're responsible for oversight of the next 3 years. If you qualify for repayment of the lost time from the state, that changes. That will change right away. But our commentary has to be based on what is in the agreement along with what you potentially owe in penalties from the state. That's the financial situation that we're commenting on. If you rectify it, add days and get the money back, get the penalties removed, then the numbers do change.
Okay, and then the next point is the tentative agreement with, you know, SET and SEIU. So tentative because we still haven't taken action to approve. Is that correct, or why is it why is that even a factor?
The issue there is that you spent one-time money for 2019, 2020, and for 21, 22, you gave 4% ongoing. So 4% rolls into the budget for next year and all subsequent years. So that's scored as a future obligation, but in your agreement, there are reopeners. Mm-hmm. So there will be potentially future negotiations where it's unknown what the costs coming out of those future negotiations could be, which presents a risk factor of the budget getting beyond the point where it's affordable into the future for the basic school program that you're operating. So that's a significant risk factor moving forward in terms of the status of your budget. And as you yourselves talked about, when you talked about the ongoing structural deficit, that's what that is. Projecting into the future the fact that you may run out of cash and you may become insolvent. And again, the notion of being able to set priorities for student programs in addition to just moving the system forward in terms of your obligations for employee salaries, just the basics of running the school system, that goes on.
Okay. And then the third is the projected impact to the unrestricted general fund and the ending fund balance at 27.8, and then reflecting the decrease of $100 million. But the 27.8, I believe, still allows the district to meet the minimum 2%, right? So I've been confused about this for 2 years.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any sense to me that we go from negative to qualified, because the multi-year projection states that we're meeting our minimum reserve obligations at 2%, and in this case, above it. So I've thought that we've had a positive budget for the last 2 years. So to hear that we're now going from qualified to negative, I just don't get it.
Yeah, so I think we've kind of had a bit of a discussion around this before. So the minimum reserves, being the minimum reserve requirements, is certainly one of the criteria for determining fiscal solvency, determining whether a district is positive, qualified, or negative. It's really only one, though. There are several others. Certainly, the level of deficit spending is a significant factor. Cost growth is a significant factor. There are a number of others that need to be considered in this. And so like comparing to where you were at first interim, where the deficits were looking to be, I mean, they're still looking in the out years to be growing, but they seem to be smaller, and you had a significant fund balance. Then we thought that's fine for a qualified certification. There was likely going to be, some issues down the road that you continue to need to deal with. But you had some time to deal with them. Now, the fund balance is much lower, and the structural deficit is much higher. So that just sort of, it's sort of this thing where, you go from, having, a few years to deal with things, and then something happens, and now all of a sudden it's only a couple of years to deal with things. And it seems the district seems to sort of go back and forth like that once. So, at first interim, you're kind of looking to be better and on the track to being in the place where, yeah, you could have an approved budget and you could be positive, depending on maybe what was in the state budget and other things like that. But now with what we're seeing now, those deficits are much higher. The fund balance is much smaller. Our level of concern is much higher.
Well, I guess, I hear what you're saying. I just respectfully disagree. And then lastly, now that we're gone back to negative, what does that mean in terms of next steps? Because last time we were in negative, it triggered FCMAT to come and do a fiscal health analysis. Is that going to happen again? And if not, maybe I'm hoping that we can request that they come and do another health analysis as they did in 2017, 18, 2018.
So FCMAT ultimately decides, whether they're going to do that or not. I've not heard from them yet. Every interim I report to them where all the districts in the county are in terms of what their certifications are. And then they make their certain triggers. Certainly negative is a trigger. Getting changed from a qualified to a negative is another trigger. So district kind of hits two triggers. Though, in the recent past, they have they haven't come in, they haven't felt like they needed to come back in. This time they may decide they need to come back in. The other thing I would just throw out to all of you, you can at any time request FICMAT to come in. You can, request them, through a management assistance agreement with them to come in and do a study of your programs or do a multi-year projection or do any number of things for you. So that is an option if FICMAT, maybe decides they don't feel like they need to come back in, you can actually ask them to come in and do really whatever you'd like them to do.
Okay, well.
And I think also an important point, it started with your initial question, is these numbers are not fixed in stone. They're going to change. They're going to change when you see the May revise and the eventual governor's budget, and they may change for the better. They're likely to change if you recover funds from the deficits that resulted from the strike days, the closing during the strike days. They will change. They will change there. They may change if you set certain priorities for certain programs, which might be able to be grant funded for a limited term. Thinking something like the community schools program or some of the other programs. Now that's a 3-year funded. That's a 3-year funded, maybe 4-year funded program. So it requires worrying about sustainability beyond the 3 or 4 years, so you don't have to scrap it. But all of those things will change this situation. But the most important thing that will change it, I think, is if your collaboration with your labor partners leads you to another contract, perhaps a longer-term contract where you can project ahead your expenses and actually be able to plan and line out things you want to do for young people and make sure you're able to deliver on them on a schedule. So.
And I think that's where part of my frustration comes, is because of all of the tremendous opportunities available at the state level. Community schools, I know our district has applied for that first round of grant to expand community schools. So in that, those dollars will be able to perhaps backfill some of the red that we've seen on that other slide, where we're redirecting those dollars to offset the cost of the contract. So thank you. And then just lastly, 2 more things. One, Superintendent, looking forward to hearing how we're going to rededicate funds to many of the items that are either being zeroed out at this point or being reduced. And some of these, I know why. We found other ways to fund them. I think the goal was to spend the one-time dollars that had expiration dates, but they have other funding sources, so that's great. Other times, we just couldn't hire the people in time, so those are one-time savings. But I do want to hear how we're going to identify alternative funding sources, either new grant dollars to maintain some of these priorities, to fund them and get them off the ground. So I am looking forward to that. And then lastly, I just want to say that when I was going through the SEIU contract, there was one thing that stood out for me, and it took me down memory lane to my childhood. And it made me think of my father, who's no longer with me. My father was a construction worker. He was union, Local 652 in Southern California, an active member of his union. But I remember as a kid, we used to go to this special store to get his work boots. And sometimes he would wear his work boots longer than he probably should have. And they were safe because I'm the eldest of 8. So when I saw in the contract that we were able to increase the stipend for shoes and boots, I just want to thank our bargaining team for landing on a higher stipend for that, just because it took me back to my childhood And it took me back to the moments where we went to these special stores, Red Wings, to buy his Red Wings boots. And I know they're really expensive, but they're necessary in order to be safe at the work site. And I know that they can have a huge economic impact on our families. So anyway, I just felt I needed to share that, and just been thinking a lot about my dad recently. So and with that, I'd like to, at the appropriate time, make a motion to approve the SEIU contract.
Member Garcia, we still have one more public comment. Can we wait until?
Yeah, at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Member Rhodes?
I think Member Garcia said a lot of things I was going to say and said it very eloquently, so I appreciate that. We've talked before, and so you know how I feel about the negative and qualified. I think since I've been on the board, me and Mr. Schwartz have had conversations around how I disagree. So that's there, you know that. But one of the things you said, Superintendent Gordon, is the idea of, things changing and coming back with, our savings, with revise and all those things accumulated. This is kind of like a stamp in time where we are now, right? Where your letter is a stamp in time where we are now. And I also believe that we're going to be able to come back and have a different conversation. And I look forward to coming back and you being here again and letting us know that it's qualified. I look forward to that opportunity as well. But the qualification, being qualified or positive, only comes with this idea of collaborating with our labor partners, right? And the idea of, and I say this pretty often, the idea of like when communities or our labor partners or people in general have change done to them, it's often seen as violence. When they have change done with them, it's seen as their liberation, right? And so collaboration does not come with a relinquishing of our governing authorities. All it is a reimagining of how we govern and how we impact our communities that we care so dearly for. And our employees are part of that community, right? And so I'm hopeful and I am happy to second, when time is appropriate, this contract and the one that's coming after it, with the hope that we can continue to collaborate together for the betterment of our entire community. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Member Garcia, now is the time.
So I move to approve the contract, SEIU, between the district and SEIU.
Second that. Let's go.
Student preferential vote.
Aye.
Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Wu? Aye. Member Phillips?
Aye. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Item 10.2, public hearing. 10.2, public hearing on AB 1200, public disclosure and approval of the following agreements between SCUSD and the SCTA. Ms. Ramos?
Yes, and I will call again up Ms. Alexa Rincon to start the presentation.
Hi.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. We're bringing these agreements before your approval. The first, next slide. The first set is the COVID reopening schools. It's substitute pay and extra work 2021 to 2022 school year, safely reopening schools to in-person instruction services and independent study, nurse extra hours 2021 to 2022 school year, and temporarily assigning training specialists to fill vacant teaching positions in the district. For these MOUs, the parties agreed that those proposals completely resolve COVID and reopening school negotiations for the 21 to 22 school year. We're also bringing forward the 2019 to 2022 Successor Contract. Next slide, please. Highlighting a few key provisions of the COVID and reopening MOU. It's effective for the 2021-2022 school year, only unless the parties mutually agree to extend any or all of the terms. It's non-precedent setting, and it was executed April 3rd, 2022. It covers nurses performing COVID-related extra work to be paid at $150 per hour for the extra work that extends their hours of work beyond their regular 6-hour days. For substitutes, a 25% increase for substitute teacher rates for those who filled in for absent teachers during the 21-22 school year. Employees covering during prep periods. There will be a contract hourly rate pay and an additional 25% increase to hourly rate pay for staff who substitute on a prep period, teach it to combined class, or voluntarily accept an out of regular assignment. Next slide, thank you. Training specialists. It'll be utilizing training specialists to fill in for high need vacant positions for independent study. One of the provisions covers providing extra pay to teachers who volunteered to take on additional students in independent study. Going to COVID health and safety, one of the provisions is 14 additional days of paid sick leave for any substitute teacher who tests positive, experiences COVID symptoms, or is required to quarantine. Again, these are just the key provisions. Next slide. For the Successor Contract Agreement for 2019 to 20, there is a 3% one-time stipend for SCTA employees who worked during the 2019 to 20 school year. For 2021 to 21, there's a 3% one-time stipend for SCTA employees who worked during the 2020-21 school year. For 21 to 22, there's a 4% on-schedule salary increase for SCTA employees and a $1,250 one-time stipend. All of those that I just mentioned are prorated for part-time employees. Additionally, for 21 to 22, it adds 3 additional professional development days for the 22 to 23 school year. The professional learning will include anti-racist training and content related to MTSS, which stands for Multi-Tiered System of Support, and Universal Design for Learning. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next, for the successor contract concerns health benefits. The districts will continue to provide 100% paid health coverage through Kaiser and a mutually agreed upon alternative plan or plans. The current alternative plan is HealthNet. The district and SCTA will research provider pools or additional benefit provider options to increase benefit plan choices for employees and will reach an agreement on or before August 31st of this year or any other mutually agreed upon date on any additional plans that offer equivalent level of value as the HealthNet plan. In the event that health plan changes are agreed to and savings are achieved, the savings will be applied to fund additional positions that support the district's multi-tiered system of support framework for providing equitable learning for all students. Thank you.
And this slide just goes over those key items to disclose per AB 1200, the fiscal impact of this agreement. For 21-22, the one-time costs totaled $22.4 million, and the ongoing costs total $11.2 million. For 22-23, the one-time costs are $1.25 million, and the ongoing costs are $11.5 million. For 23-24, the ongoing costs are $11.68 million. And just to clarify, the ongoing cost represents the cost for all funds, not just for the general fund, because AB 1200 requires us to disclose the full cost. And the one-time costs do reflect all funds, but they're being supported by the general fund one-time sources. And next slide, please. And the next couple of slides are identical to the slides we shared previously under the SEIU agreement. So I'm not sure if you have any questions on these or if you'd like me to, repeat anything in particular with these slides. But we go over the same multi-year projections, the same slide. Next slide, please. On the Sr3 funding sources, the 11 actions that were used to support some of the one-time stipends. And then the next slide, again, just goes over the SCOE letter. And then finally, we conclude with the question and answer period.
Do we have any public comment?
We do, President Pritchett. We have David Fisher first, followed by Taylor Kayada, then Maria Rodriguez, and Mo Kashmiri.
Mr. Fisher?
Good evening again. I guess I want to start by just sort of echoing what Mr. Hebert said earlier about the potential for an alternate SCUSD. There's lots of things to argue about in life, and one of them might be what's going to happen. Sure, we can argue and debate what's going to happen. We ought not to be arguing about what happens. And what happened when the district, sort of in a deja vu moment, was saying that we were going to be insolvent because of a 2017 agreement, is that you ran surpluses in every year except one. And I just want to be clear that I'm not talking about COVID money or restricted money or grant money, I'm talking about the unrestricted general fund that has been projected. When you talk about your structural deficit, you mean your projected deficit. But at the end of the year, all but 1 year in the last 12, you've run surpluses. And that's not like, I'm not saying that, for any reason other than let's not argue about the things that happen. And I kind of feel a little bit that's happening. And so I feel like there's some of us that are ready to move on to that alternate SCUSD that Mr. Hebert is talking about, where we can move on and move forward and agree at least not to argue about what happened. And there's some that maybe not. And to Member Garcia's point on the certification, that's exactly correct. I mean, we looked into all the districts that we knew about and even asked experts at CTA, and we, as far as we know, we're the only district that gets treated like this. If you meet it, and you are certified as positive. And that's what we talked about earlier about the opinions. The CTA expert who said that our variances are eye-popping and remarkable when compared to other district variances, but what's projected and what is actually happens. So last thing I'll say is, I know you put out a lot of emails and texts and really trying to get people here tonight to listen to Mr. Gordon talk about that letter. But, I invite you, when you have the actuals that show the surpluses that you have year after year, if you do the same thing, so people can come in and see, what actually happens is we have surpluses. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And we hope this is a new step forward and we can move into that alternate SCSD and start working together to really make sure that our students get the education they deserve.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Kayada?
Hi, thank you. Really nice to see a lot of you in person for the first time, so thank you for that. I'm a parent of two. Happy to say both of my kids will be at Pony Express next year. Also running for school board in Area 6. I'm really happy to have that unanimous vote we just saw, and I'm hoping for another one on this contract. I am a little concerned with some of the tenor that I'm hearing in the room, some of the nature of the presentation. It kind of seems like we're almost setting up the next couple years of complaining that anytime we can't fund something, we're going to blame this strike. This strike was caused, of course, because our employees needed to get what they deserved, but it was also caused by actions of the district, by this board and its staff. We didn't get here just on one side, we got here on both sides. In a previous meeting, I said it's time to move on, let's celebrate the end of the strike and let's go forward. We need to do that. But let's make sure we don't forget that there are things that we could have done that could have avoided some of this. We could have come together more. This board could have taken more responsibility to take ownership of negotiations before they reached the point where it was a strike. Please, just in the future, let's make sure we actually mean what we say when we're saying it's a new start, it's a fresh start, we're going to do better. Member Rhodes, thank you very much for your comments. Let's put action behind that. I know you want to. Us community, we want to see it. We've been watching this happen. We saw this strike coming a long way. Strike's not good for anyone. Not good for parents, not good for our teachers, not good for anyone. But let's please really do put that good foot forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
We are in a bad situation, as Board Member Morowski said. The public school education funding in our state and the restrictions tie all of our hands. A tale of two cities, schools. I was here when the district closed 7 schools. And when I say I feel like nothing I say matters, it's because this room was full of hundreds of people pleading to not have their schools closed, and they were closed because people come with their decisions made. They don't really listen to what anyone has to say. They've already made their decisions. I have a different perspective of the future, and I think that there's going to be more schools that need to be closed. So I'm being proactive and saying now, don't let history repeat itself. Terrence said, if you don't know the history, you're not going to make the right decisions. They closed schools disproportionately in poor neighborhoods. And I did calculations, and I did hours of calculations and presented it to show how disproportionately unfair it was to those neighborhoods. No one responded, no one said anything. It's a wonder I even come back to these meetings. The point is, like Terrence says, and I've said, there shouldn't be good schools and bad schools. Every school, every neighborhood should have a good school. And because we let people pick and choose, and honestly, who on this board doesn't want their kids going to the good school? I don't know. Okay, so that's the issue. We can spend a lot of money on equity, on racial justice, and all these things, but as long as we're still allowing these things to happen, we're going to continue to segregate our kids. And my kid's experience is going to be different from Rich Vasquez's. Again, I have a lot more to say. We do have a structural deficit problem. It's not made up. We all need to work together and get the funding people to stop messing with public school.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Kashmiri?
I've also got somebody's coming up here to video, just so you're not surprised. All right, anyway. My name is Mo Kashmiri. I'm a parent of a 5th grader at William Land Elementary School, and I'm a longtime educational activist. And I want to just apologize in advance, because I'm angry right now. I'm really pissed at what Superintendent Gordon had to say. I'm grateful that this board is standing up and recognizing that cuts are not what our kids need. Our kids are a high percentage of low-income foster youth English language learners, mostly black and brown. The last thing we need is more cuts. I don't hear Superintendent Gordon coming and saying a damn thing when we can't get we have 3,000 kids a day who don't have a teacher or a sub. I don't hear Superintendent Gordon say a damn thing when we have 561 students who can't get independent study. I don't hear Superintendent Gordon say a damn thing when we have kids in auditoriums in the middle of COVID because we've got no staff to take care of them. Our kids are not just numbers, Superintendent Gordon. This is our future. This is our community. My question to you is, you have no problem talking about heartless cuts. You don't care, right? But you know what? Our kids deserve fully staffed schools. Our kids deserve arts, music, and extracurricular activities and sports. Our kids deserve schools that have social workers, psychologists, nurses. Our kids deserve fully funded schools instead of your failed leadership. You know what? I don't hear Superintendent Gordon fighting for us to get fully funded special ed. I don't hear Superintendent Gordon fighting for us to get enough state funding. I don't hear Superintendent Gordon going out there and fighting for us to get more local funding. The schools are not a bank. And Superintendent Gordon, your failed leadership is part of the reason why we're here.
Mr. Kashmiri, please wrap it up.
Either lead or get out of the way.
Do we have any additional public comment? Mr. Heap? Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for all the public speakers. And before I don't see any additional public or board comment, but I'd just like to say that that passion right there, Mr. Kashmiri, is exactly why you need to partner with us and get our butts down to the Capitol and be advocating. No more fighting. No more fighting.
I don't want to hear that BS.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Let's talk.
Yeah, it's about time.
Let's talk, Mr. Kashmiri. I'm not fighting on this one. Let's talk. All right. I don't see any board comment. Can I get action on item 10.2, public hearing, AB 1200, public disclosure and approval of the following agreements between SCUSD and SCTA, Sac City Teachers Association?
So moved.
Second.
All right, student preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Superintendent. Roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Wu? Member Phillips?
Thank you. All right. Item 10.3, a hearing to receive public comment and approval of the district's initial proposals regarding certificated unified professional education's UPE collective bargaining agreement negotiations for 22 through 25. Ms. McCarn? Oh, Ms. Recon, how are you? We have you very busy tonight.
Good evening, board members and superintendent again. Next slide, please. Government Code Section 3547 requires that all initial proposals of exclusive representatives and public school employers that relate to negotiations matters must be provided at a public meeting. Since this matter involves a successor contract, and to allow the board an opportunity to provide and receive comment, the district's initial proposal for a 22 to 25 successor agreement is presented tonight. Next slide, please. The current collective bargaining agreement, often referred to as a CBA with UPE, is set to expire June 30th, 2022. The district is taking this initial step to begin the process of reaching an agreement with UPE for a successor contract. The goal is to negotiate in good faith and make changes and additions to the current CBA that improve outcome for students, provide fair and competitive compensation and benefits to UPE members, and ensure the fiscally sustainable operation of the district. In other words, the articles in the CBA are subject to proposed amendments and modifications to identify efficiencies and areas of improvement to maintain competitive total compensation and support the district's fiscal solvency, and we are bringing it to you for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on item 10.3?
One from Mo Kashmiri again.
Welcome back, Mr. Kashmiri.
I just wanted to say that what I'm grateful that you're negotiating with UPE, and I also want to say that the principals here deserve so much more than they're getting. They're the ones that are the glue that have held this district together, and they need much higher pay and much higher benefits so that we can, and better working conditions so we can recruit and retain more of them, especially our black and brown leaders and principals. Thank you.
Any additional comment?
No.
Do we have any board comment? Member Garcia?
Just a clarifying question. This proposal, initial proposal, it's for the next 3 years? So it's prospective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, okay.
Correct. The current CBA expires at the end of this school year, so the proposal is for the following 3 school years.
Okay, good. I like that. Thank you.
Any additional board comment? All right. With that, I'll take a motion for approval of item 10.3. I got a motion and a second. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All right. Superintendent roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Wu. Member Phillips.
Aye. All right, thank you. 11.0 consent agenda. Do we have any public comment on consent agenda?
We do not.
Okay. With that, can I get a motion for, thank you. I have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Yes on all open session items.
All right. Superintendent, roll call?
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Wu. Member Phillips.
Great, thank you. Item 12.0, business and financial information reports we have received. Item 13.0, future board meetings and dates, May 5th, here at Lucerna Center, a live board meeting tonight, and May 19th, the same. With that, I'll take a motion for adjournment. I have a motion and a second. Oh, did you have public comment on? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, trying to move too fast here.
I understand wanting to adjourn, but I do need to point out that I'm very concerned about how divorced some board members seem to be about what's going on, what's really happening in the school district. When you spend money on teachers, counselors, nurses, classroom aides, bus drivers, campus monitors, you are spending money on direct services for students. And you have not been able to hire people to give those direct services to students. Our kids have been suffering daily from the lack of those services to them. When you spend money at the Cerna Center, when you give the superintendent a raise, you are taking money from our students. And you should look more closely at these financial reports, and you should look more closely at your escape reports. Because when you spend, $450,000 on you guys, yourselves, you're taking money from students. When you're spending $818,000 on the superintendent's office, you are taking money from students. When you spend $3.5 million on legal services, you are taking money from students. When you spend $72 million on outside contracts, you are taking money from students. And you should be looking at those things, and you should be carefully analyzing those expenditures. And if you're worried about direct services to kids, you should be spending money on direct services to kids. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to point out the superintendent has not received an increase. Item 14.0, can I get a motion for adjournment?
How many times do you get to make comments?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Can all in favor say aye? All right, thank you. Happy birthday.